Are you leaving America? This was a conversation I had with a couple of the broskies and broskets some years ago. You know, it was a good old honest convo, but I was talking about how America is turning to pot. And, we're just struggling here in America, the greatest country on the planet. We have issues that need to be talked about. And they need to be dealt with, like our homeless problem, our banking problem, our housing problem, our illegal alien problem, our alien problem, our election problems, our crooked government problems, our police problems, our racial problems, and so on and so forth. And with all of these problems that, of course, don't stop there, we have to ask ourselves at some time, are we leaving America? Are we getting out of here? Are we going? Where are we going if we leave? Now, the reason why I brought this up is because it's a damn good topic, and also because there are homies and homettes who actually have left America. I know some of them personally. I know some travelers. I know one person who just comes here pretty much to get their mail or whatever, just to keep residency of some type, and then they dip right back out into some of these third world countries where everybody thinks nobody speaks English and all the people are oppressed, depressed, and they can't wait to get a hold of somebody with a green card. Let me tell you something. There are some people in other countries, even though their country is poorer than ours, they do not want to come to America. They do not want to come to a place where suicide is rampant. They don't want to come to a place where it looks like genocide is taking place. They don't want nothing to do with the mass shooting problems that we have. They don't want nothing to do with the black on black crime that we have, with the racial crimes that we have, with the government not helping out its people. Look, COVID-19 was a real eye opener for some of these countries. They could not believe that we were not getting any money, but we were all told to stop working. And a little money we did get, what, $1,400, $1,200, and $600. That's not a lot of money. People in other countries, they were getting their whole rent paid and everything else taken care of because the government told them to stay home. Mitch McConnell didn't want to let any of that money go. And people went to Mitch McConnell's house and, TP'd his house along with the, some of the other elected officials. And they had to do this to these people because they did not want to give us the stipend for living, but yet they told people to go home. And a lot of good people lost their job. Once again, people have to think, do I want to continue to live here? So some of the people have moved to Africa. Thank you for the like. There are some spots in Africa people have moved. And the thing about some of these people who've done this is they don't stay in one continent. They just move around. They move somewhere for a while. They move. And the reason why they're able to do this is because a lot of their jobs are remote. A lot of their jobs are, YouTube, Facebook, things along that line, and they're doing a lot better than I am when it comes to SEO. But that's what they do, But they're able to leave the country because they're not stuck to a job in the country where it holds them here. You have to go to work every day and same old rigmarole, which is fine for some people, but for other people, it does not bode well. So if you are, one of those people who you're struggling at these jobs and you're wondering why you keep getting fired, or you wonder why you don't want to go to work, or you just don't like anything that you're doing, you need to switch it up. Switch it up and do something that you like, and maybe go into some remote work. And of course, now is the best time to do it because there are a lot of tech jobs that you can get into, and they're all remote. I actually had an interview for a customer analysis position for the state of Ohio. I did not get hired, but nonetheless, hey, I went to the interview. I There was a test they gave you. I did the test. I guess I didn't pass. It's whatever. But nonetheless, it was remote. Now the thing about that particular job is they want you to stay in America. You can't go on vacation and do that particular job. But if you move somewhere, out of the state of Ohio, they don't really have a problem with that. They just want you to be in America. So there's that. So you have some restrictions on remote, but remote is a real thing. It's really happening. The world has been forced to implement remote work a lot more than what they would have liked to. And remote work, of course, is different because you're at home doing it. You're in the comfort of your own home, but you might not get, you might not get all the work done that you're supposed to. So then they have flex jobs. They have some jobs where you come in when you want. And I mean, that's super dope. You work the hours, but you have set hours that you have to have in every day, but you work the shift that you want to work. If you want to work third shift today and you want to work first shift tomorrow, well, that's, a long day for you. But if that's what you want to do, that's fine as long as you get all your hours in. If you want to split shift, if you want to work 4 hours first shift, 4 hours second shift because you got some stuff going on, that's fine too. And some of those jobs are not remote. You actually have to go and boom, be in the office and complete this job. But nonetheless, it still gives you a lot of flex time, and that's good because families and just rare situations that pop up. You got a doctor's visit, and the doctor can only see you at a certain time, and then your kids got baseball, and what I'm saying, you got stuff. But unless you got to stick to, if you say you're going to do this, you got to do it then. You can't, I changed my mind because things get messed up and you're messing up for everybody else. You're going to get let go. But the whole impetus is for everyone to be comfortable, even though you still got to knock out your 8 hours. And it gives you a lot of flex time, babysitting and stuff like that. Babysitters, you might have to babysit, your own, but you still need to get that work hour in. You know what I'm saying? So mothers have found a way to finagle that type of system and say, hey, I'm gonna do this, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? Instead of the expense of daycare that is going up every second. So that's who it really helps the most is the mommies, especially the single mommies. God bless the mommies. And we want them to be able to get to work, get their money, get home, because a lot of mommies are by themselves. A lot of women, period, are by themselves. There is a drought of men that is going around, and there are a lot of women who are suffering because of it. And then, of course, all the other stuff that's happened, the Me Too movement did not help your situation. And now the high cost of living is not helping women's situation. And feminism has definitely hurt women's situation. And just the sheer volume of men that will leave the planet before women, and then the sheer volume of women that are born before men, you know what I'm saying, or born more than men. It's just spiraling out of control with wars and violence and all the other things that take men out. Women are outliving men, but women have found themselves in need of the company of a man, but there are no men. There's no man who is sticking around. Women are finding out the hard way, even right after college, that the man is the man that sticks around and stays with you. That is a coveted person. The women are finding out very hard that the man who protects you, the man who loves you, especially you and only you, if you get one of those good men, that is a very coveted position. And women are finding out the hard way that there are just not enough men to go around. And so you're hearing all kinds of stories on TikTok from women who are shocked that they do not have a man. And so there's that. And the workforce is not helping women at all either when it comes to companionship, because women have, they went along with and drank the Kool-Aid of feminism, and they drank the Kool-Aid of Me Too movement, and it really separated men from women. So now you have women saying, where are all the good men? Well, they're afraid of you. They all said, you know what? We realize that we don't need you. So we're just going to go our own way. And this is another reason why women have now decided, hey, well, maybe I can do a passport brothers, type of thing too, and leave the country. But of course, when, you have people who decide to do something, there is a group of people who will definitely let you know how it's going because they've tried what you're trying. And they'll say, hey, I did this, just like, everybody's talking about, and this is what happened. And, so you have some people, some women who are actually living in other countries, but they're finding out that the man shortage is still in other countries. They're finding out that having a child already hurts your chances of pinning a man down. They're finding out that, being over the age of 30, the men that flock to you to be with you, that it changes after 30. It just does. The wall is undefeated. So it's not just here in America. You're not just having that problem here in America, but nonetheless, some women have left the country. I know a few women who 20 years ago, they went to Jamaica and two of them came back with a husband. Came back and married the dudes. So passport brothers is not just happening, here. It's happening all over the place. And women are doing the same thing. But once again, leaving America is a topic that needs to be talked about, because even though you can come here to America and some things are better than they are in other countries, our healthcare is better here than it is in other countries. And, it all depends, because if you're in a socialist system, people say, hey, I'd rather be in a socialist system than a democratic system. But people are finding out and they're being enlightened that we do not live in a democratic system. This is supposed to be a democratic, a democracy, but this is not a democracy, it's an oligarchy. We look the presidents, they are not picked by the people. We cannot go out and vote in or out a president. We cannot do it. The people cannot do it. The president is picked by the delegates and super delegates and a very small group of people. That's who controls America. So if you notice, Hillary Clinton would have been president. She beat Donald Trump in a popular vote, but the delegates and super delegates voted for Trump. Bush and Gore, same thing. Well, Bush against anybody, same thing. So the popular vote does not matter, meaning our vote, the people that stand in line and go through all the, those voting systems are all rigged. They're all rigged, they're all fake, they're all phony, and I don't go anymore. And people are like, well, people died for the right to vote. Absolutely. People did die for the right to vote. They died for a democracy, and they thought America was a democracy, and it is not a democracy. It is being controlled, and nothing you can do will change that. That's it, and that's all. So I don't stand in those long lines hoping hoping the person I choose gets to be the president. Now, local government, I think that's different. Your House of Representatives, your state, even your congressperson. But once again, I used to work for the House of Representatives. I was a legislative aide. So I still think there's some trickery there. And I'm going to tell you why I say that. Because I worked for the Democrats and I worked for the Republicans. I started off working for the Republicans. And when I went to a Republican party, they had it in the best hotel, and it covered 3 floors during the elections. It covered 3 floors. The news was there, everything. The Democratic Party was in a bar. And I kid you not, I was like, what? It's not even close when it comes to finances. It's not even close. The Republicans got more money than the Democrats, and it is just it's just not even close. It's not even close. It's not even close. So there is definitely some lopsidedness there. Plus, you got the Green Party and all these other parties, but none of them really hold a candle to the 2 parties that do all the infighting. I was also getting both their emails at one time, so they say, hey, you got to go. But nonetheless, so back to leaving America. And where do we go if we do leave America? I've asked some of the YouTubers, where is it that you want to go? Some people, hey, let's go to Brazil. Hey, let's go to Belize. Hey, let's go into Europe. Hey, let's go here, let's go there. But for one, it matters how much money you have. Let's start there. Let's start with how much money you have. Let's start with, is your job a remote job, or did you find a job wherever you're gonna go? So we have to examine that. So let's just say that you are a nurse. You could be a nurse anywhere. You can be a nurse anywhere. Any country, you can drop down and be a nurse. All right, we know this. Excuse me. You can be an RN, LPN. You can be, any level of nurse and go anywhere and practice, being a nurse. But will you get paid the same? Can you go to Nairobi and be a nurse and it's the same as South America? Anywhere in South America. Can you go to Spain and be a nurse and it's the same as being here? Will you get paid the same? Now you got to consider that. You may be a business person. You may be a person who has land and so on and so forth. And we've talked about this with some people who they're like, yeah, own land. Okay, well, let's say you're a landowner and you want to go to the Philippines and own land. You're going to get a big shock because you cannot own land in the Philippines. You can't own the property. You have to get married to a woman and she will own 51%. She will own the controlling percent of the property. And we've learned some of this by some of the guys who've traveled to the Philippines, and they did this because they were businessmen. They wanted to go over there and buy condos, like you can do over here. A buddy of mine, he rents out a spot, but then he has a spot that he lives in. So he has a home and he rents that out, but he lives in an apartment. And so when you go to the Philippines, you're like, hey, I'm going to go and buy this, this condo or whatever. And they're just like, yeah, okay, where's your wife at? You're like, I'm not married. They're like, yeah, it's not going to happen because they don't want foreigners controlling their land. They don't want it. So you have to get married to a woman and she has to control 51% of that. So now it's different because 51% means she has the controlling power. Just like in the stock market, when you want to buy a company out, you buy 51% of it, boom, you bottom out, you now control the company as a shareholder. You now control the company. It's the same thing. So now what will you do? If you go to Germany and you want to buy a home, you're going to be looking at, there's some significant differences there. For one, most of the condos or homes or whatever, they're smaller. So America is all about space, all about me, the biggest this, the biggest that. Most countries are not like that. You're going to go to some European countries, you're going to pay a good bit, but it's going to be smaller. If you want to go to England, let's say you want to get up and go to England, it's very expensive now. You might be paying more over there than you're paying over here. So yeah, it's a big learning curve. There's a lot to learn. The customs over there. There's some things you can't do here. There's some things you can't do over there, but you can do here. Like certain signs that you use, like, the sign okay. That sign means F you in other countries. You can't do it. You can go have a good day. Okay. They're going to be like, wait, what? Some things you can't do. You can talk about our president like a dog over here. You can't go to the Philippines and say anything about the prince or the king. You do, you're going to get extradited. They get rid of people like that. You can't do it. Over here, you're running around, if you want to be in the criminal life and mess with drugs, over here, you go into court, blah, blah, blah. You might get put away for a couple years. Your family comes to see you and, they put money on your books. Over there, it's a lot different. Over in Mexico, you get caught over there, we live in, our jails are hotels compared to what is in Mexico. Mexico is a nightmare when it comes to the jail system. It is a nightmare, and you don't want no parts of it. And you do not eat unless your family brings you food. Your family literally, they don't just put money on your books like they do here and you order from commissary. No, your family literally comes to the jail every day at a certain time. And at about 5 o'clock, if your family didn't come, you don't eat. It is crowded. Nobody has a bed. You're sleeping on the floor. You go to the bathroom in a tin can and a little hole in the side. It's smelly. It's hot. There's no AC. There's no, there's people are dying. You know what I'm saying? The onset of disease, all that good stuff is in there. That's what it's like in a Mexican jail. All that good stuff. And over here, You get in a fight with somebody over here, you can catch a charge, felony, or it could be a misdemeanor, depends on what you did. Let's just say you pushed them and they give you a simple assault. You know what I'm saying? You push somebody, the cops give you simple assault. They're like, you're gonna do what? Maybe a year, 6 months, a year. You go over there, they put you in jail just because they think you did something. You're not heard of again. You're not heard of again. You're not. The females over here are starting to, really wake up to how dangerous it is in the jails here, because you have females that are coming out pregnant. Here, over there, you will get pregnant. There will be a guard. There will be men. They will have their way with you. It will happen. It's not a matter of if. It will happen to you. It will happen to you. It's happening. It's getting out of hand here in America. There's all kind of reports of women getting pregnant, and they're like, how are these women getting pregnant? Well, it's the guards who are doing it. It's the COs. Because they look at it like this: you're now a ward of the state, which they shouldn't be putting their hands on you unless they had to. But nonetheless, what are you going to do? What, you're going to hit me with a speech on how strong you are, how feminine you are? They do not care. Over in Mexico, you're going to get pregnant. So if you're not ready for that action, I suggest you stay a good law-abiding citizen. I suggest you do that, because there are also some jails that it is. Listen, there are some jails in these countries that you don't even stay in a room. You stay in a cage. And I mean that literally. And there's somebody above you and somebody under you. And they keep you in a cage. And depending on what you did, you stay there until you die. That's where you stay. Just behind bars. The bars are open. They can see you. You're just sitting there and you can barely stand up. You stay there until you die. It's no joke. It is no joke. No joke whatsoever. So once again, and in some places, when we're looking at third and fourth world countries, we're looking at Haiti right now. You're looking at some other African countries. Listen, some of the people will take the justice out on you. There is no calling the police. There's no calling the police. You notice you don't hear about a bunch of fights in some of these countries. You don't hear about men duking it out. You don't, because they are afraid of the jail system. They are terrified because you have to pay the police so you stay alive. They do not care about you. It is a really, really bad situation. It's not like over here. There's money over here. There's a bunch of money over here. Over there, you are the lowest on the totem pole. And you're behind bars and it's dark. There's no food. There's no 3 hots in a pot. There's no TV. There's no AC. There's no, look, they're not coming in there to give you your medicine. You're not getting coffee and Kool-Aid and milk and orange juice and an apple. Are you out of your mind? You're not getting none of that. You're not getting none of that. If you don't believe me, just look these places up. Look up the jail system in Africa and in some countries in Africa. Just look it up and see what happens. Look up Botswana. Look up jail systems in the Congo. You don't believe me. You just think I'm blowing smoke. I'm just on here talking crazy. Look them up. And you might not want to go there, you know? And the thing about it is, especially, when you're looking at Rwanda, you know, in 98, in 96 and 98, when Rwanda had those wars, and those men came out in droves and cut up, 100,000 of their own people because of a lie, and it happened twice when they chopped up all these people. Well, once the dust settled, they went looking for these men to arrest them. And when they did, they had this large roundup, kind of like the same thing that's going on in South America right now. There's a huge roundup because they're tired of these drug lords. They're tired of these gangsters. So in South America, they have these new jails, and these guys get in there, and there's no competition. The guards are all armed. They have these men shackled. They have no shirts on. Their heads are down, their arms are behind, and all their heads are shaved. They're not playing with none of those guys. It's like 40,000 of them that they just went and arrested. And some people are actually innocent, but they don't know. But they got tired of the violence. They're like, we're sick of it. We're sick of people, being shot and killed, and they have nothing to do with anything. Well, this is going on in other countries. This large roundup of men is going on in other countries because it's just out of hand. The justice system has lost their grip, and they're like, forget this. So they're bringing in the military, and they're like, let's go. And they're going at it with these people. But when you look at Rwanda, when they went and gathered all those men, they're all sitting. Listen, you got 8-man tanks, 10-man tanks, 2-man tanks, single-man tanks. Over there's like 100 of them in one tank. 100 people. There's no cots. They're all either standing or sitting. All shoved in one room. All these men. All shoved in one room. This America is a cakewalk compared to some of these countries. I was telling you guys recently how the Christian woman, she wasn't even a woman, she was a teenager. In one of these African countries, they took her out, and her own students, her own people her age, she claimed, she said, thank you, Jesus, in a text that everybody could see. And they were all thanking Muhammad. And they got upset because, they thought that her thanking Jesus was an affront to their religion. So they dragged her outside, and the teachers couldn't stop all these kids. And they stoned the poor girl. Now, we got crazy stuff going on over here, but over here we got a thing called freedom of religion. That's why half the people are insane. Because they claim some religion. I'm just saying. We want to think about moving to another country, but look at their customs. Look at the way the women dress. The outlandishness of American women, the gall, the unmitigated gall of the American system, where the women can walk outside with just a string up her ass and 2 strings over her nipples and walk around and dare you to look at her wrong, with cheeks hanging out and doing every sexual suggestion that she can, and then get upset at you because you're a whole male looking at her do these, sexual moves. The gall. Try it in the Middle East. Dare you. Go to any Middle Eastern country, put on a G-string and walk down the street and see what happens to you. You're not going to jail. They're not going to pull you over and negotiate with you, and then you're going to talk about how feminine you are and it's your right. It's your right. It's your body, your choice. If that's what you think is going to happen, it's my body. I can, wear this if I want. Your head's coming off. I told you guys a story about the two girls who came over here. They were from this one of these Middle Eastern countries. They came over here for a while and they got westernized, took off their burqa, put on a thong, was running around like this in America. And they was like, oh, this is liberating. My tits are out, my ass is shaking. Yes, absolutely. Give me some attention. Look at me. I got a great body. Well, they went back home. And they forgot they wasn't in LA anymore. They purposely hit the beach. I'll answer your question in a second, Natalie. They perfectly, am I leaving America? I'm considering it because I have people that I know who are living abroad. So, yeah, I'm thinking about it. But these women purposely went to a beach and, took off everything, just had a thong and, a little dealio up here on and was laying down at the beach like, we're going to westernize the Middle East. This is what they were thinking. We're going to liberate the women. Ladies, woo, take it off, ladies. Let's get liberated. These men do not have the right. You know what those men did? They walked out there just as calm as they wanted to. They grabbed both those stupid women by their heads, held them down. Where's all that feminine power? Where's all this power that women have? Our power, this power that we have, they had no power. They had absolutely none. Women are stronger than men. Where's all that? That nothing. They had nothing. Those men cut their heads off and left their bodies on the beach just in case someone else wanted to try the same stupid thing. Left it right there. You think those guys went to jail? Absolutely not. No jail time for them. Women want to run around with your tits out. Hey, listen, I love titties. But the Bible says a woman should dress modestly. Listen, it doesn't say, the Bible doesn't say that for nothing. It's not like the word of God says, my word will not return to me void. He didn't say that for nothing. He said that to protect you. Because men are always horny. Okay, I was watching an excerpt on, true crime type of thing, and there was this young lady who was a beautiful blonde. Beautiful blonde, tall, sexy, in California, beautiful blonde woman. Was a stripper, throwing that ass. Had a boyfriend. The boyfriend was, he was a little crazy sometimes, but he still was her dude. He was holding it down for her. They get into it like people do, but that was her dude. They went out to a club one night. She got this black dress on, this nice little number. She gets a couple drinks in there and noticed that, men were watching her. Of course, you're blonde. You dyed your hair blonde. You look like Daryl Hannah. Young Daryl Hannah. This woman is gyrating, dude's dancing with her like the boyfriend, and he noticed like, yo, you're not dancing with me. You're trying to get all the attention of these men here. She has on no underwear and she lifts up her dress. She starts showing everything that her mama gave her. Men are watching her. Dude is like, honey, it is time to go. He's like, look, let's get out of here. She's like, no, because she's so starved for attention. She loves it so much. She's like, no. He's like, listen, we need to get out of here. And he's causing a fuss. He's really trying to get his girl out the club. The bouncers in there come grab him, toss him out the club. They are enjoying the show. They get rid of him. He's not from there. So he's like, okay, fine. He heads back to the hotel. Boom. He falls asleep. Wakes up the next day. He notices that his woman's not there. He's reaching for her like, whoa, what's going on? He starts, calling around to see where she's at. This shows her leaving because they, was like, okay, you got to go. They show her leaving. And when she left, of course, there was, a bouncer behind her. And there were two bouncers that when they saw her leave, they moved and walked behind her. That was the last anybody's ever saw her alive. Next time somebody saw her, she was 13 miles from there, and she was set on fire in a dumpster. That's how they found her. Dumpster was on fire, like whoosh, on fire. Not a small fire. They smoked her ass. And it's unsolved today. When we tell you it is time to go, it is time to go. Because men understand men. And once men get riled up, listen, there's going to be a fight. And if I lose, you are unprotected. And they're going to do anything they want to you, and your mouth is not going to get you out of it. And I've watched this over and over and over on these same shows. Over and over and over. These women will not listen. They won't listen. It's even worse in other countries. You can't run around stupid in some of these other countries. You can't do it. You will not be found. There's not going to be a fire. You're just going to go missing. Case in point, Natalie Holloway. Natalie Holloway went to one of these island, places, and boom, didn't find her body. But they found out who killed her. Another white dude, Joran Vandersloot. How did they find out he did it? Because he went to another country and killed another girl. When we tell you something, ladies, we're not telling you it just because we have nothing to do. We're telling you it because you're about to lose your life. The Bible says a woman should dress modestly. It's not saying that just because the Bible's trying to control you. The Bible's trying to control us. We're the real threat. We're the threat. Because if we don't have the word of God in us, or the fear of God in us, who's going to stop us from taking what we want? You? You? You're not. You're not going to do it. Just recently, it was a man who got a hold of a DoorDash driver, female. She came to the door, he pulled a gun on her. Get in the house. She begged him, don't do this. You can have my money. You can, take the keys to the car, whatever. Shut up. Give me what I want. Who's going to stop us? You're not going to stop us. When we tell you to dress properly, to stop putting pictures on the internet, to stop shaking your ass so everyone can see you, we're telling you that because you're in danger. You even got Megan Thee Stallion, who is regretting some of her past because now she has a boyfriend. She's like, I regret some of the stuff I did because, you know, I don't want him to think of me that way. Megan Thee Stallion, who gets paid to be like that. And what Cardi B? Cardi B is the worst. The worst. All the stuff she talks about, drugging men, being a stripper. She's like, I'm a stripper hoe. She's got a daughter now. What kind of music do you think her daughter listens to? Doesn't listen to mommy. She will not let her daughter listen to her own music. Why? Because she doesn't want her to grow up to be a hoe. Kim Kardashian, she had to explain or try to explain away what she does for a living. Her daughter said, what does daddy do for a living? And Kim says, well, your daddy does music for a living and, you know, he's an artist. And she said, what do you do? What did you do? How'd you get here, mommy? How did you make your money? Then you had her crying to Ray J because he's got the original videos. And she's all crying, I don't want my kids to see. You're on the internet. And what's really crazy is her mother set the whole thing up and paid both of them like $300,000 to do it. And saw the first video with them screwing and said, you guys need to go back and do it again. And he tried to blame it on Ray J. He was like, oh no, I got the receipts. Let me show you. The mother is the one who set this up. You can go right on Pornhub and see the whole thing. What's going to happen when little whatever her West name is, because now she's on TikTok shaking her ass. She's what, 11? She's on TikTok dressed like Ice Spice, showing her ass. What's going to happen when she sees mommy's video? But ladies, we don't tell you don't be a whore because we're trying to control you. We know how the world works. But women, sometimes, I don't know if they go into another world or whatever, but this whole thing about men are trying to control them. No, we're trying to warn you. Or how about the young lady who emulated Kim Kardashian? What she did was she found out that people thought she looked like Kim Kardashian. So much that they would take pictures of her because they think she looks like Kim K. Now, what does that mean? That means there's money in looking like somebody else. And of course there is. So she goes and has all these surgeries. Gets her tits done, her butt's big, her lips big, all this other stuff. Guess what? She's dead. Now she died. Operating table. She's dead. Vanity killed her. Dead. She's dead today. When we tell you don't do something, we're giving you a fair warning. Don't go put all that stuff in your body because it's not real. Look at K. Michelle. Her ass has literally fallen off. Literally. it falls down. Or the other girl with the huge ass that had all that, they want to get rid of it. They want to get rid of it now because it makes them sick, and they die from it. Or how about the one gay dude who's dressed and looks like a woman? You know how he's making his money? He was giving injections to other women. Except he was doing it in some back alley business or whatever. Well, one of those women died. He was using concrete or cement stuff and glue and stuff, and they was injecting this into their bloodstream. Somebody died from it. He's in jail right now. And he looks like a woman. I don't even know what side of jail he's on. He's in jail right now. Right now. Second-degree murder. Second-degree murder. Just trying to tell you, ladies, the part of the system, that's what they are part of the system. Well, see, but here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying. Yeah, we know that they're a part of the system. But we know who's not a part of the system. We know our girlfriends and wives aren't a part of the system. So we tell our girlfriends, don't do this. You want to dress like somebody, dress like Michelle Obama. Don't do this. Do not wear this outside. Because men are going to come for you. And I have to try to protect you when you start saying no. They're going to come for you. Listen, there are some women that I won't date. There are some women that are extremely beautiful. I won't do it. I walked away from them. And they don't know why today. It's because they were too pretty. And young. And pretty and young equals stupidity most of the time. I'm not wrestling with that. I'm not competing with you in your stupidity. I'm not. You want attention? You go ahead and get it. You're on your own. And we are programmed. Well, in some form or fashion, yeah. Get up, go to work, come home. Yeah, we're programmed. Television programming it. Yeah, it comes from your TV, your radio. Guess why they booted Rodman off the show Power? I don't watch Power, so you know more about it than I do. But nonetheless, ladies, when we warn you, we're telling you it's about to go down. And some women like that attention until you're getting, something's happening to you that you don't want. But these actions that are happening here, they're worse in other countries. So try taking your woman to another country and she wants to do what she wants to do. I'm not doing it. Because we're both going to end up missing. Oh, he refused to take the jab? Well, there it is. Well, listen, I've been applying for jobs and even promotional companies. I still work with marketing and promotions. And, they'll call me and I'll say, yeah, I'm interested, but I haven't taken the jab. And they're like, we can't use you for this one, but we'll call you back for another one. Like, they're serious about that jab. I'm not doing it. Whenever I fill out an application, I have to read the bottom to, see if they require you to take it. If they require you just to get a checkup, that's one thing. But if they require you to take it, I'm not doing it. Do you tell younger men to control their sexual urges? A lot of focus on. Okay, well, let's get into that. Let's get into the sexual urges. Let's say that we go out to a club. Go to a club. No, let's not even do that. Let's pick walking downtown, or it's casual. Just, on a Saturday. Just walking somewhere on a Saturday. What are the chances that a female is going to wear something revealing and a man is not? It's a better chance that a female will. The Daisy Dukes and all this other stuff. The women come out the house like this. Now, as far as controlling our sexual urges, yeah, we look. The Bible already talks about men controlling their sexual urges. It actually tells us to control our thoughts. It actually says, "Bring every thought under the high calling of Jesus Christ." So once again, it's not us. When you look at the scripture, it's God telling you how to live. So when you're saying, "Oh, it's a lot of focus on women," it's like, yeah, there's focus on both sexes when you read the scriptures. There's focus on marriage and unmarriage. Paul talks about it. The prophets talks about it. Jesus talks about it. They talk about, whether there'll be a marriage or given in marriage in heaven. There's a system of marriage that Jesus talked about. The prophets constantly talk about it because lust is a real thing. Sexual urges is a real thing. You can look all through the Bible and it talks about lust. Committing adultery, fornication. No fornicator will make it into heaven. One of the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not commit adultery. It's not focused on women. It's sex itself. But there's things that you can do to provoke these type of reactions. Now, once again, when you're talking about the world in itself, you're not dealing with everybody who has the fear of God in them. And when you go out into these atmospheres, these nightclubs and things along that line, listen, those guys are there because they're trying to get some. And those women know it. So am I going to walk up to a guy at the club and tell him to control his sexual urges? He's there because of his sexual urges. He's there at the strip club because of his sexual urges. He's there at the nightclub because of his sexual urges. He wants to have sex. Those bouncers could work anywhere. They work at these seedy clubs because they know they can get with some of these women. So no, I'm not going to walk up to one of them and talk. We're not talking about regular men just walking around doing nothing. We're talking about people in certain atmospheres. These are not just guys at a, soccer game somewhere and then, these are not like freaking soccer dads and whatnot, and all of a sudden they're knocking off some. No, that's not what's going on. We're talking about women who purposely dress in a sexual manner. And this woman that I was talking about was showing her cooch to all the men in the club, even though she had a boyfriend. She knew those men were there for sex. And she died because of it. She didn't listen. And this is a common theme. These women don't listen. And they dress in these provocative ways, and then bad things happen to them. They won't listen. So no, I'm not gonna, tell some guy this, that, and the third. Only thing you can do is, quote the scriptures of somebody. But even the scriptures don't stop you from having sexual urges because it's natural. You look at a beautiful woman, You naturally want to mate with them. Paul said, I wish you were all like me. But if you can't control yourself, it's better to marry than to burn. But this is what the Apostle Paul is saying. The scriptures, be ye in self-control. That is talking about men. That right there is talking about men. If you can't control yourself, it's better to marry. He's telling the men, listen, get yourself a woman. Marry her. Have sex with her. But women cover up. Even older ones have been getting attacked. Once again, the situation I was talking about was women provoking this. We're not talking about women who are walking down the street in a babushka and, a dress on all the way down to their ankles. The men who are attacking them, there's some demonic force behind that. Those men are way out of line. I'm not trying to give room to this and give an excuse to men and saying, hey, it's okay. That's not what I'm doing. I'm talking about the women, especially women who have men in their lives that love them. If we tell you something, if we tell you it's time to go, if we tell you don't put this on and walk out the house with, there is always an argument with women when it comes to the way to dress, as if men are trying to be your Lord and man. No, go do what the hell you want to do. Do it. I mean, if we're giving up now. We're like, go ahead. Screw it. Just do what you want to do. Don't come back here. You want to dress like that? You're fine. I'm out. Don't come back here. Don't. Because we know what's going to happen. You're going to get used up. Then you're going to come back here and want me to be nice to you. And that's not happening. We are done with it. We're not talking about the lady who's doing what she's supposed to and then something happens to her. We're talking about the women who just won't listen. And there's a lot of you who will not listen. You're all turned up and turned out, and there's nothing a man can tell you. You won't listen. But these women, time after time after time, you can see it on TikTok, Facebook, any reels where these women said, listen, I had a man, and that man told me not to do this. One woman said, listen, I had a boyfriend, and he said, listen, you don't need to be going to the club and being around a bunch of these men. You don't need to dress like that. She said, I didn't listen to him, and I left. I went to the club, and that was the end of our relationship. And she said, I wish I had that man today. Wish I had him. Because I did not belong around those men. I did not belong in that club. I wish I had that man today. But he left me. He had enough and he took off. He probably went and got somebody else that looked just like her, but understood. Don't go out looking like this. Don't go messing around in these places. They're highly, highly volatile. They're highly dangerous, and I'm only one man. I'm not an army. These guys travel in packs. These guys who are out looking to do somebody wrong, they're not by themselves. Majority of the time, they're in packs. And they're in packs because they're trying to pack out whoever steps up to them and tell them that they can't have what they want, which is usually the boyfriend or the husband. They will jump him, beat his ass, and then it's all you from there. That's the whole point of this. And what I was trying to say that, listen, it's worse when you go to other countries. It's worse. You have a fighting chance over here. Something happens to you, you can call the police. There's a chance the person might get caught, and you might get justice. Daniel Holdsclaw. Daniel Holdsclaw is a good example of the justice system working for women. He had like 14 women who he did some crazy stuff to. Daniel Holdsclaw was a cop. And he was bribing these females. He's bribing them. If you give me this, then, I won't take you to jail. That's illegal. Well, word got around because he kept doing it in the same area. Once it got around, those women got to talking, and bang, got arrested by his own department. He got 250 years in jail. He couldn't even believe it. You think that doesn't happen in another country? You think the police don't take full advantage of people in the other country? You're mistaken. You need to look at some of these traveling documentaries some of these people have. They'll just run right up on you. And they'll say, give me money. They'll just walk right up on you and say, give me money. And you better give them to it because they're going to put you in a dark cell. Yeah, they'll walk right up and give me money. How much money you got? And they'll take a bunch of money from you. And they'll put it in their pocket, jump on their scooter, and ride away. There's not a damn thing you can do about it. Not one. You're going to report them? Absolutely not. So that's what I'm saying. I'm comparing this justice system to justice systems outside of America and how dangerous it is to travel. But there are some places where you can go where, it's just as safe over there as it is here. But listen, I've been to a few different countries, and I've never seen any country like this. I've never seen, any women dressed like they do here. I've never seen the complete all-out rebellion of females. Never. Just a complete disregard of any type of authority. Swinging on cops, just anything, just all-out rebellion. That's what women are here. All out. It's all out. They don't want to hear nothing from nobody can tell them. And then when bad stuff happens to them, they want us to feel sorry for them. I don't feel sorry for none of them. I listen to these stories all the time. I know some of these people. I'm just like, I don't feel sorry for you. Just like I don't feel sorry for a guy when he goes and does stupid stuff. I'm like, I don't feel sorry for you. You knew better. And some of the mistakes we make, we cannot make in other countries. It is lights out for us. Our life will end. You can't talk about the king of the Philippines. You can't say it. You can't say not one word bad about the king of Philippines. And the thing about it is he doesn't ride around in a motorcade. He doesn't do what Donald Trump does. You can go to the king's house. He'll invite you over. Regular looking dude. You don't even know he's the king. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. You can't go to some of these in Nigeria. You can't go over there and talk about those tribes over there. You can't do it. You can't go over there and run your mouth about one of those tribes. They'll find your woman and they will have her locked up for a month. They will find her. They will lock her up and they'll do what they want to her. And when they're finished with her, they'll send her back to you. And you know what? You have to divorce her. You won't even let her back in your house. This happens all the time. Those women end up working on the street. Look up Vice. Look it up. You think I'm making this stuff up? I know some people from this country, and this is what they tell me. There's just some things you can't do in other countries. You can't run your mouth over there like you can run over here. You can't even run your mouth to, and talk to your neighbor like you can't do it. You can't go to Haiti and do that. You can't do it. You'll have problems. Can't do it. Go to Israel and say some stupid stuff. See what happens to you. Egypt, try that. Can't do it. Any Muslim country, go over there and say something bad about Muhammad. Lights out. Iraq, Iran, Russia, say something off the wall about Putin. Yes, that's what I'm saying. When people are thinking about leaving America, they're thinking about going to these other countries. Look at what they did to us in the Ukraine. Look at what they did to the African people in the Ukraine when the war started. The Ukrainians pulled the Africans off the trains where everybody was trying to flee and put the Ukrainians on there and let them go and stood there with a gun and told them to walk to Poland. Yeah, Baghdad, you can't do it. You cannot do these things. And they told them to walk to Poland. They had to walk to Poland. Then the Polish didn't even want to let the Africans into Poland. They didn't want to do it. The Chinese kicked out the Africans because in New York, they were putting up this narrative that black people were the ones spreading COVID. So the Chinese in China, they went to every black person and kicked them all out of the apartments that they paid for. All the landlords evicted them right away. Boom. You cannot do it. It is not the same. You do not have rights in some of these countries. You can't put up a fight over there. What happened in Uganda? Especially African countries. Even in some European countries. Run your mouth too much about the Queen. Go ahead, go to England. Run your mouth about the Queen. See if them bobbies don't come see you. Them bobbies gonna roll up on you. You keep talking crazy. The Queen is a monarch. Hey, watch your mouth. And that's what I'm saying. There's just big differences when it comes to travel. Big, 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 big differences. And listen, there's a lot of countries that don't want black people, flooding into their country. But they love our culture. Every country loves our culture. They love our culture. Music, love our music. Rap music is everywhere. Hip hop is in every single country. Yeah, like Gaddafi, even though he's no longer here. IDI, I don't know what you mean by that. But Idi Amin. Oh my God, Idi Amin. That's who you're talking about? Oh my God. I thought Idi Amin was a white dude. He's still alive. He's still alive. This is one of the worst dictators ever. Idi Amin is still alive. He lives in the Middle East because he claimed asylum. Yeah, he claimed asylum. Yeah, oh my God, that dude is the. I mean, what he did to his woman. Oh, this is what I'm saying. The things they get away with is just unreal. What he did, look, you know what? What he did to his woman wasn't. It was so far out there, and it was such blatant butchery, vicious. I mean, what they do to women over in these places is, hey, I mean, uh, once again, I'm warning. This is a warning. I'm not talking about this because I'm reveling in it because they listen. They get men too, but do not provoke these people. What he did to his wife, I ain't gonna talk about it because it was just unreal. His unreal. Idi Amin. Listen, if I ever wanted somebody to not be here on this planet anymore, it is Idi Amin. That dude right there. But thankfully, he got overthrown. Got overthrown, lost his army, and he fled. Did not want to stand trial. He was not going to make it. Another thing, trial in some of these countries, you just get executed. In China, they execute you. So let's just get that straight. They just execute you. In North Korea, they execute you. And they execute you for all kind of stuff over there. But yeah, they just execute. That's what I'm saying. Traveling to some of these countries, and here's the thing: there are examples of people who went to these countries that were from America, and they were ignorant of the customs and they were blatantly and willfully ignorant. Now, there's one, like, I don't know all the customs of Germany, but I lived there. And when I spoke to somebody who was, not an American, I was very polite. I didn't say anything out of line. I didn't try to learn any curse words. I tried to learn directions, left, right, where am I going? Where's this? And I was out. When I went shopped, I was very nice to the people. I didn't cause no problems. There are examples of people who go into countries and they're willfully ignorant. One of those people was the young man who went into North Korea. And what he did was he took down, at his hotel, he took down one of the signs that was up there with somebody's picture or whatever. He took it down and he thought it was funny because he was a college kid. Yeah. See, they do that over here. They ruin property over here and they get away with it, put it all over the internet and it's funny. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. When you take that stupidity and ignorance to another country, you can lose your life. And that's what happened. They found out who he was because there was a camera there. They picked him up the next day. They took him before, whatever court system that they had, and they found him guilty because he was. Now, he thought that he was going to get a slap on the wrist because he was an American, a white American. Absolutely not. They put him in jail and said, you're going to do so many years of hard labor. He wasn't even in there for 2 years. He is dead today. Dead. Rambo didn't come for him. The Terminator didn't come for him. The army didn't come for him. Nobody came for him. No great white knight came out of the sky. Nobody. He's dead. Because he went over there acting stupid. In North Korea, of all places. Dead. He must not have been aware how Kim Jong-il got rid of his uncle and his uncle's cabinet. He fed them to dogs. Something like Idi Amin would do. So he got rid of him, his uncle, his own blood. Fed him to dogs. Now what happened when Dennis Rodman went over there? When Dennis Rodman went over there, he was polite. He was respectful. And he was sitting down chilling with the president. And they had a great time. And the president wanted him to come back. He said, come on back. When it was time for Dennis to go, he got on a plane, he left. His life was never under any duress or threat. And he's like, yeah, I'll go back. It's a great place. Because he was respectful. He didn't know all the customs, but he knew how to be nice. He knew how to be a good person in a country that hates his country. He's like, you hate my country, you don't hate me. I ain't do nothing to you. You don't hate me, so I can kick it with you. That's what I'm saying. I'll be right back. Yeah. So yeah, leaving America. I think if you haven't been outside of America, I think you should go. I think you should go. I think everybody should travel. I think you should be careful where you travel, of course, especially now. Some places may be more hostile towards you, depending on your color. Right now, where is it? Is it in Egypt? It's in a Middle Eastern country where all the Caucasian people are fleeing because there's a war. The war popped off. Where is it? Where is that? But yeah, so a war has popped off, and so there, of course, there are some Caucasians who haven't left, and some people who aren't Caucasian, they're Americans, but they were warned by the government, our government, to flee this country. So they're getting out of the country by bus, plane, whatever, and some of them have said, we're surprised that America didn't do enough. You're surprised that, the military, see, because you're American, you think the U.S. military is going to fly into action when something happens to you in another country. I'm an American. Doesn't matter. Now, these people were warned by the U.S. Embassy. So if there's a U.S. Embassy somewhere, then, I mean, the U.S. military might not spring into action, but the USA will spring into action when an embassy is concerned. And U.S. embassies have been taken over, I think once in, since, I don't know what country it's in. The Sudan. It might be in the Sudan. It might be in the Sudan. But you guys can look it up. Don't quote me on it. But I just was looking at some of the story and listening to the surprise of some of these Americans because they think that they think the Avengers are going to fly out of the sky. No, it's on you once the warning starts, and they say get out of there. Once you get the warning from the USA, a USA official, somebody in the embassy starts making phone calls and they put it on the airwaves, get out of there. And the president or one of his officials says something. If you stay, then that's your behind. That's on you if you get blown up. But if they tell you, get out of there, this is a warning, leave this place, it's about to get hot. And it's usually because there's some kind of coup that has happened. So president has been, assassinated. Some warlords have decided to take over some drug lords. But the U.S. is usually attuned to what's going on in these countries. And one of these individuals, she was her and her husband were school teachers. Which is all fine and well. We need school teachers, love school teachers. But listen, you're not a soldier. You're not military trained. You're not an operative. You're a school teacher. You're not even on the spectrum of violence. You're on the opposite spectrum of violence. You don't carry no weapon whatsoever. You're probably not even combat trained. So why would you take the risk of saying, oh, I'm just going to stay? No, it's time to go. Now, I've seen another excerpt on World Star where a news anchor was talking to a veteran, and the veteran was saying that there are veterans stuck in, I don't know what country it was, but the veteran was upset because the USA was not trying hard enough to get them out of there, and they've been stuck there for a minute. See, they're like, where's Rambo? Where's the big jacked, with the gun and the 223? Where are these? Where's all this BS we've been fed for years? Where's Rainbow Six and Black Hawk Down? Where are they? Because we're veterans and we're stuck in this country and we can't get out, and these people are hostile to us. And I think that was in the Middle East. These people are hostile to us. These people are trying to kill us. They're trying to kill you. They're not trying to kill black people that go over there. They're trying to kill you because you've been destabilizing these countries for the last, 30 years? You killed millions and millions of people over a lie. They don't look at African people and going, you guys did this to me. Hiroshima, Nagasaki, those Asian people don't look and say, you guys did this to me. They don't do it. They look at the Europeans and say, you did this to me. Most likely, yes. I'm going to, I've just been getting encouragement from my brother. He's been trying to get me out of here, at least to start traveling again. Him and I were both in the military at the same time. We met up in Germany, which was awesome. We were both in at that time. We're some small folk from Braddock, man. You know what I mean? Next thing you know, we're in Germany. Like, Yo, what company are you? I'm in Wiesbaden. What? I'm in Frankfurt. Yo, let's meet up. He came all the way to see me in Frankfurt. You know, jumped on a train and came to see me. It was, it was just great. It was dope. Because we're two broke ass kids from Braddock. Now we're sitting in, Frankfurt, Germany. It was just awesome. So, now he's, doing his thing, traveling. Uh, you know, and he's like, listen, you know, yeah, SEAL Team 6. He's like, listen, here, let me show you what's going on out here. And I'm like, yo, looks nice. He's showing me land, and he speaks their language, and what up, what up, what up. He speaks their language and stuff like that. The women are very friendly towards him, and they give him warnings on where to go and what not to go, which is super dope. It's always dope when the locals tell you what to do and what not to do. And he listens. He's like, yeah, I don't do that. He knows what to say and what not to say. And he's like, listen, let me show you the ropes. And I say, if you're going to start traveling anywhere, it's always good to have somebody that really cares for your well-being to help you out. So, you don't jump in the wrong Uber and end up like Andrew Tate did when he went to Jamaica. Andrew Tate went to Jamaica, jumped in the Uber, and the guy said where you wanted to go, and I don't know, he wanted to go somewhere, and the guy was like, okay, cool, and he took him somewhere else. He took him to a party, and he said, it's like, get out. And of course, there were all these Jamaicans there, and they looked at each other and said, does anybody know this guy? And he said, I was scared. I was scared to death. So the driver said, you give me $700 US, I'll take you, to where you want to go. He was like, here, like, here you go, get me out of here. And the guy got him out of there because, he's like, I'll never go back to Jamaica again. You got to know that, yeah, knowing the language helps. So my brother speaks Portuguese now. So, and he speaks some Spanish. So I'm going to be in France. I've been to France before. France is not where I would head to. With Nos is in France. And Camelot. Camelot is not in France. Camelot are English people. That's in England. And England warred against France. Camelot was made because of King, I almost said King Richard, but it wasn't King Richard. Was it King Richard? King Arthur. Yeah, that's in England. Canelo, he's in England? Yeah, that's in England, man. So that's across the water. It's across the English Canal. Pretty close, though. Canelo. Yeah, Mexico. Well, they're trying to clean Mexico up. Or I don't know what that last one says. Or really, I don't know what that last one says. But they're trying to clean Mexico up. I'm a little leery of going to Mexico. The water system, I'm still leery of that. The curse of who was the king that cursed the water? Said don't drink the water. Was it Pachaclucci? No, Montezuma. Montezuma's revenge. That's what that's about. Montezuma's like, don't drink the water. I'm gonna poison the water. I lived there when I played ball. Yeah, so Mexico is a I don't know. I mean, If I didn't have any fear, yeah, I'd go to Mexico. Yeah, so yeah, I'd go there. So I don't see any problem with that. But I mean, if they're cleaning it up, because there's a lot of people who are losing their lives in Mexico. There's a lot of people who are not being found, and I mean, and what just happened in Mexico with the four black people? The four black people. Yeah, they followed their car, trapped them. The two black guys got out. They killed both of them. The brother, he got out. They shot him, and after and the sister was the driver. It was a cartel that got a hold of them. Then they tried to make the brother and sister have sex. She was like, "We're brother and sister, and I'm pregnant." No, we're not doing that. Yeah, so that's a real thing. Like the cartel's really doing stuff like that right now. So I'm not anxious to do any of that. I'm not anxious to go across into Mexico because you are going to run headlong into the cartel. It's going to happen. And they don't play with nobody. They don't care. Hell, the U.S. is their ally. We buy their oil from them that they steal. We buy oil from the cartel. Like, they're never going to go out of business. They'll always have guns. Obama gave them guns. That's what the Fast and Furious project was about. When Obama was in office and that whole thing blew up in his face, and somebody had to pay for it. Eric Holder, the Secretary of Defense, is the one who had to pay for it. He lost his job over the Fast and Furious program, where they had AK-47s, and they had marked all of the AK-47s. They had all the serial numbers, and they gave them to the cartel. They wanted to see where the guns would end up at. Well, one of those guns fired a bullet and killed a border cop. And it came all, once they started tracking all those serial numbers, it came right back to the White House. You guys are the ones who man, it's so twisted. Like, why would we fund them? But we are. It wasn't bad when you lived there. That's cool. Well, listen, media ain't blow nothing up about those two guys who just died. Yes, this is true, but they still died. Yeah, they were into something. But why would the cartel apologize to black people? And then the guys who actually did it, they tied those guys up and gave them to the police. Why would they do that? You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, they were into something, but come on. Come on, bro. They took it a little too far. Well, this is true. Listen, I'm not here to say, because I don't know. I didn't read into the story. But, when does the cartel turn in their own? Is the extreme here. Two people lost their lives, but when does the cartel? And plus, if they was into something, why are they being interviewed on the news? Like, what criminal goes on the news? They were on the news. The sister and the brother in suit and tie and a dress was on the news. Why would they do this? Yeah, they're into something, but what criminal do you know decides, I'm going to go on the news, I'm going to willfully go? No. Something's going on, but come on, bro. Come on. Be for real or be for real, bro. Why would the cartel do this? It's a little extreme for me. All of it. The deaths, the cartel turning in their own folks. It's just a little extreme. It's like, why is any of this It doesn't make sense. I don't know the whole story, but I think something got a little blown out of proportion, and people end up dying. But let's be for real. The cartel they're really out there blocking roads and trapping people and getting their money. I mean, they're doing this in all kind of countries. It's not just the cartel. I mean, we know the cartel is here. Even the police said that. He said, listen, the cartel are here. No. This what I'm talking about just happened. Happened last month. Yeah, it happened last month. Yeah. So whatever this was, it just popped off. It wasn't something from last year. No, I don't know. I don't know about. Yeah. I'm not thrilled to go to Mexico right now. I'm just not. Not thrilled to go to Mexico. But I'll probably end up going if I start traveling with my broski. Because I think he's been there. He's been to Cartagena. So he's been to some of those people, It's like, yeah, I've been to Cartagena. I mean, he goes there all the time. And then he'll hit me on Facebook and we'll be talking. He'll be talking to some young lady who doesn't speak a lick of English. I'll be sitting up there translating what she says. And I'm like, man, speaking fluent Portuguese. I'm like, you go, brother. He's like, come on out. Let's travel. Let's do some. I'm like, shoot, let me get my game a little tighter. Let me tighten up my game. I haven't been too ambitious lately, but now I'm like, I need to tighten up my game. I need to get my residual income up so I'm probably going to end up selling life insurance or something like that. Because I know, the guy who sold me my health insurance, he said, listen, go get your license and come see me. I'll get you going. And he's like 70 years old, man. He's like, I golf during the week. I do what I want. No, you was talking about me and when you live there. Yeah, I understand. And he said he has, so he gets a check, every month because of the work he did, 20 years ago. He's like, I still have, some of those people are still, as long as they pay, I get, a check. I'm like, bro, that sounds dope. Like, I need to get in on that. He's like, yeah, that's how it goes. You know what I mean? So I said, I could see doing that and then, doing some traveling. And so, yeah, that's what I'm thinking about doing. It doesn't cost much to sell insurance. I have a degree, but you don't need it. You don't need a degree to sell insurance. You just gotta find something to start with. For those of you who don't know, I also, make my little beats while I'm talking. It's just something I do. Sometimes they're dope, sometimes they're not. And so leaving America. Are you guys thinking about leaving America? That sounds dope over it. Natalie, are you thinking about going back to Haiti or going to Haiti? Like Haiti right now is going through some stuff. Like that's why they were fleeing Haiti. Yeah, but see, Tone balded neck. Yeah, I don't have any gray hair. There might be one or two that spring up, but they all die off. That is the plan. Yeah, but see, Natalie, see now, I'm sure you've been following the news. Haiti's really, really going through some stuff. And of course, your mom has land. Okay. So I know not all of Haiti is going ballistic, but for somebody who's not from there, I don't know what part of Haiti's doing what. So now the question is, what part of Haiti does your mom have land? And is that part of Haiti, under fire? Like what's going on there? Because there are a lot of countries that are in turmoil right now. It's just not safe to go there. I mean, when you look at the riots, you're just like, can't go to Spain because everything's crashing in Spain, and you're looking at the value of, and now that China has joined up with Russia, and Russia has joined up with Iran, and then those other Middle Eastern countries, they're dropping the value of the dollar, and it's like, where is it safe to be at? My mom is from Tortuga Island. So how is it there? Like, is it a peaceful? Is it, a bunch of gangsters there? Like, how is it? Like, is it? Oh, that didn't come out right. That came out better. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we looking at? Are we looking at that's a cool spot to be? I mean, is it a tourist spot? I mean, what's the economy like? How they getting bread? You know what I'm saying? Like, shoot, what's the GDP if you know it? You know what I'm saying? Because that's what we're really looking at now. We're looking at what spot can we go to and be safe? That's not gonna work. That almost worked. Let me try it. See what it sounds like. Unaffected by the gangs. That's what's up. Yeah, there it is. I like that. Yeah. Not everybody can be can't be crazy everywhere. it sound like? Almost like it though. Let's see this. Unaffected by the gangs. The gangs are tearing stuff up, ain't they? Tearing stuff up. People started fighting back. They're like, we had enough of that. They're fighting back over there. Little beat is corny, but let's see what I can do with it. Little corny beat. I like it though. Yeah, but the people are fighting back. Yeah, the people are fighting back. Yeah, plan to go to Haiti in July, but the kidnapping has, yeah, see, that's not just happening there. That kidnapping is happening all over the world. It really is. Kidnapping is a big deal. A big deal. And it is because they want slaves. That's what's really happening, is people gathering slaves and the black market for your organs. That's why when you get in a car crash over here, some people don't make it to the morgue. Some of the family don't see your body. Yeah, they take you somewhere and get rid of all your organs. Yeah, your family never sees you. You're like, what happened to him? We don't know. That's the excuse they give you. Like, wait a minute. Yeah, they took the body and took all the organs out. That's what's really happening now. Yeah, that's really going on now. I went to the gym today, Hardaway. I hit the gym today, bro. I hit the gym today, bro. I'm getting rid of this. That was fun. Just wanted to see what that sounded like. Oh. Yeah, man, I did some back. Back hurts right now. I did some back and with the 75s. Ooh, 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 ooh. Did some pull downs, then did some then I did some leg curls, then I did some biceps, then I did some stand up, then I grabbed some 50s. The old man can still swing the 50s. Hardaway. Just want you to know that. You and Iron Hands Natalie. Because Natalie's a little violent sometimes, so gotta let her know that I can still swing them 50 pounds. Just in case she gets any idea. Natalie likes to slap people. Natalie likes to slap folk. What you did about my mama? Go ahead. What's your question? You got a question? What's your question? Guys got questions? Do you remember the drink spiking error? Enlighten me. People been spiking drinks. Hell, they think Jamie Foxx got his drink spiked. I think somebody did something to Jamie Foxx. Somebody's trying to get rid of Jamie Foxx. Trying to get rid of Jamie Foxx. Ugh. You do something with that. Trying to see what instruments it has. Yeah, I remember it. Because why? Because I'm old. Yeah. A story about the drink spiking error? Not any particularly. Not anyone that stands out. Other than what happened recently. I mean, basically, it was for women. No, because you're older. Well, I mean, it's cool because I'm older. I remember some of the stuff. You know. I mean, I don't mind my age. I don't mind that. Some go-go right there. Well, anyways, I have another question. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're noticing the what? A lot of sky action, aliens and whatnot. I see a lot of helicopters flying. In 3-minute intervals. That's military. Anytime you see intervals, that's not commercial, that's military. I don't know exactly where you're at. So, only thing I can say about that is look to see if there's a military base around you. Because I live right next to one. Every now and then, jets will fly over my head. So there's that. I looked that up, and there isn't. Ugh. Huh. I don't know. I don't know. Well, are there any spills or anything? Have you seen the helicopters? Do they look alike? Because they could be the little small. If they're the little small helicopters, then they're probably the news. Ooh. What city are you close to? And how far are you away from that city? It's like 5. Oh, yeah, you got military action. You got military action. Yeah, there's something military going on. Yep. I couldn't tell you though. Shouldn't the city folk worry about it? Is that what you want to say? Know about it? Not necessarily. Not if it's military. It could be anything. But that sounds like military, and if you don't know about it, then they don't want you to know about it. You don't know about it, they don't want you to know about it. You need to look at the local news and see if there's any spills or anything. That's what I would do. Check out the local news. See See if there's any spills or anything. That's what I would do. That's what I would do. Just check out the local news. Gainesville, Orlando. Yeah, but how far are you from Gainesville? You feel me? How far are you from there? Because you could be, okay, let's say you're 30 miles from Gainesville and something. Okay, so you're about, 45 to 60 miles from Gainesville. So now you got to figure out, are they flying in the direction of Gainesville? Now, what city are they flying in the direction of? If you're seeing them, then they're coming over your head. Then they're not coming from there because there's no base where you are. So they're coming from somewhere and they're heading to somewhere, and you're in the middle of it. Now you got to look at what two major cities are you in the middle of? You see what I mean? Just messing around. I'm not even cutting more enthralled in what you're talking about. That's what you got to do. You got to find out. Yeah, you got to look at it. You got to go, okay, if they're doing it and they're doing it in packs, they're coming from a location, you can just look up. Then you can look at what direction is which. Because if you're an hour away from somewhere, it's either north, east, south, or west, then you can look at what direction they're coming from. That's the complete opposite of it. And now you got a radius. And now you can just Google and say, what base is near me? And you can see what is happening within an hour radius, or where the city where you think something happened. And that'll start telling you what's going on. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. Once you do, let us know, because we want to know. Always in the same direction? Yeah, you got an event. You got a whole event happening. You have an event. Yeah, you got an event. Yeah, you got an event going on. They might not be trying to hide something, but something's going on. Somebody's doing something. Something's going on. Somebody done did something, pissed somebody off, and now you're in the middle of it. They might call on you. Natalie, this is Sergeant Brickenwall, Natalie from the 3rd Precinct. We understand that you are now in the area, and we would like to reactivate you. Agent Natalie, are you up for it? I am, sir. I'll be right there. All right, then. What have we got? Agent Natalie, are you up for it? Oh, I am. All right, oh. I'll be right there. What's going on? Oi! Oi! Yeah, they're flying from the north. 10-1 says there's a base within less than an hour from you. Florida? Florida. What's in Florida? Yeah, you got one near you? Yeah, you got one somewhere around you. They doing some wrongdoing. Agent Natalie. Agent Natalie. Oi, sir. All right, then. What we got here? I never knew that song. So when I travel at night, that way military people, oh yeah. What you consider night, we consider morning. You're like, why travel at night? We're like, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, we're up. Yeah, we don't. Agent Natalie, oi! What is it? Hello, sir. Hello, governor. Felt cool timing them? Oh, you're on it, ain't you? You're on it, ain't you? Agent Natalie. Yeah, I want to know more. You watch the skies a lot? You know what you need? You know what you need? You need binoculars. Yeah, that way you can pick them out. You could be like, that is a Spider 3565 ZT, and that is a Chinook. Yeah, you can start picking them out. You know, like that is a Black Hawk, that is a Razor. Start picking them off. Yeah, start giving us some info. You're welcome, woman. It's Agent Natalie. Agent Natalie. It's Natalie Galaxy. At your service. It's Agent Natalie Gatley. It's Natalie Gatley at your service. Alright. What we got here? What is that, Governor? It's Agent Natalie Gatley. it all in the business. Get them on the shortwave radio. Oi, what are you doing? I'm trying to sleep, mate. Who's this on this private telephone? It's Natalie Gottlieb. It's Natalie Gottlieb. Private investigator. Straight out of Walshire. Listen, look at you. Who's this? It's Natalie Gottlieb. Private investigator. Snoop, if you will. I want to know what's going on, and I want to know right now, Mr. President. Nothing gets past Natalie Gottlieb. It's Natalie Gottlieb. Oi, what you doing? Calling up some two-star general. Hello. What you doing, Governor? Who's this? It's Natalie Gottlieb. Pretty chill, isn't it? Tone, did you cook? I did not. Yesterday my neighbor fed me, and I bought some food, so I have a little bit of leftovers from the food I bought. So Tone is not cooking. I am eating this leftovers. Woo, woo, woo. Throw that in the microwavable. Take this fork out so I don't microwave my damn fork. Throwing that in the microwavability. And yeah. So yeah, my neighbor, she she understands. She understands if she wants me to do something, like pick up something heavy or move something around, she understands she's got to do something for me to do it. And her go-to is food. And so she understands me 100%. She wants me to come over there and move something around or anything like that. She's like, listen, I'm cooking dinner. And I'm like, okay, so what do you want? And she might want something heavy moved. So I know when she calls me and tells me she's cooking, she wants something moved. Something's going on where, she needs some muscle. I sold her her refrigerator and delivered it by myself. She was like, you're strong. I'm like, well, I can move this refrigerator. I don't know about all that. So yeah, that's she understands that. Nothing goes unnoticed by you. Yeah. And watch the movie. Well, that's cool. Yes, I barter with food. That's exactly right. I do a lot. Because usually there's Godzilla versus King Kong. Yeah. After that, I left, came over here, and went to bed. But I barter with food for stuff like that. I barter with food. Now, if it's something that's going to cost me money, then it's all money. But for just want to hang out or something like that, I'm not going to hang out, and I'm hungry. I'm not. Just not going to do it. But she's like, "Look, I'll cook." I'm like, "Okay, cool. What do you got?" You know. So yeah, but usually she wants something to move, like her. I have to move her washing machine, so I have to bring that up the stairs and then bring her a one that I have. So she, when stuff goes wrong in her house, she say, "Hey, I know you do this, so how much is it?" I'll go, "Well, it's this much." She'll go, "Okay, see me in a week," and then boom, I'll go over there and move, get stuff done. But like I'm like that with any of my neighbors because they see what I do. So no, he is not like that. No, he's not. No, yeah, no, he's not. He's not Andy. So people see what I do, and even the guys will do the same thing. They go, "Yo, I need this done. I need, what, the mail lady?" She was like, "Look, I need some stuff moved. How much?" I was like, "Yeah." Went over to her house, moved a bunch of stuff, So it's cool. It's a respectable little hustle, and I make a little money on it. So everybody respects it because everybody needs it. Everybody at one time will need something moved somewhere. So they see I got that truck and that trailer, and they'll so you're not making that a business. It is my business. Yeah, that's my side hustle. That is incorporated in with selling appliances. I had people that worked with me. Yeah, I would hire some of the guys that were here and say, "Listen, I'll pay you $50 if you come help me move this refrigerator," and they'll come and help me move it. And boom, $50. They're like, "Sure, I ain't doing nothing," and I pay them cash the same day. "Anthony, can you help me do?" "Sure." "How many people you need?" "How long is it gonna take?" "This is how much I'm gonna charge you." And I knock on somebody's door. "Yo, $50. What's up?" They're like, "Let's go." Go, we'll get it done. Pay them their $50. Keep rolling. Yeah. I still got customers hitting me up after 4 or 5 years. And a customer that was gonna buy my are young men eager to do that? And he's, yeah, because it's $50. Absolutely. I met a guy who was begging for money at the gas station. Young brother. He's like, "Yo, man, I said, "Listen." He like, "Man, you got $2?" I said, "I got $10. You got to help me get this stove out of a basement." He's like, "Bet." Yeah, jumped in the whip, went over to the west side, had a little workout. Actually, we got a refrigerator out of a basement. Woo, it was a beast too. He's like, "Man, that was was it a refrigerator? I don't know what it was." He was like, "That was a hell of a workout." I said, "Give me your number. I'll call you again." And I only paid him $10 to do that. You know what I mean? But it was good, honest work. He enjoyed it. Yeah. The most I paid a guy was $50. No, I bought him some food. No, I got him something to eat because you can't work on an empty stomach. If he's out there begging, then he's hungry. So yeah, I'll take him to get something to eat. We'll stop by somewhere, grab some fast food, and then we gotta be somewhere. If I told a customer I'm on my way, I'm on my way. So we'll stop, grab something to eat, go knock on a customer's door. We're all fueled up. Where's it at? Boom, grab it, get upstairs and out the door, get our money, and then keep rocking. I'm pretty decent with the customers. That's my main focus. I really like to focus on what the customer wants. Yeah, I got clients from here to Pittsburgh. Well, I can't guarantee it, but I'll try. I mean, if somebody in Pittsburgh said, "Listen, I need you to come and pick up these refrigerators and deliver them to Kentucky," I'll be like, "All right," you know, I'll get my mileage down and we'll negotiate a rate. And once we do that, say, "Listen, I'll be there in 2.5 hours." That's about 2.5 hours from Pittsburgh is this way, Kentucky's that way. So they'll usually say when they want it delivered. They'll say, "Look, it needs to be there tomorrow. Tomorrow at midnight. It needs to be there by that time. Can you do it?" I'll look at the time and be like, "Yeah, I'll be in Pittsburgh tonight at 7. I'll be there." They'll be like, "Fine. Just go in the garage. They're both in there. You don't have to knock or nothing. Nobody's there. The house is empty. Just go in there and grab the fridges, load them up, and boom, they have to be in Kentucky tomorrow." So what I'll do is I'll go down there, boom, drive to Pittsburgh and back, get home, late at night, get knocked out, wake up in the morning, head down there, get there about 5 o'clock. Wouldn't even wait that late. I'd get there about 3 o'clock. Drop them off, boom, be back home by 5:30. Will you miss doing this when you leave the USA? No, because I'll do it wherever I'll go. Yeah, I'll do it wherever I go. I don't get calls like that often. But every now and then somebody will call me and say, "Hey, I need this done. Can you do this?" And it'll be just something you know, but it will have to do with loading something up and moving it. You know what I'm saying? And they know I'm a one man band usually. So if they need it, they need it. There's a business. There's always business in business. So some people go and hang out at Lowe's or hang out at Home Depot. There's always trucks at Lowe's, Home Depot, and these places. And they're not there because they're going to buy something. They're waiting until you buy something. And when you buy it, you need a way to transport it, or they'll be standing at the door and, with a card in their hand and say, "Hey, if you need something moved, here's my card." They'll be like, "Yeah, I need something moved. I got a hot water heater I want to buy. Can you take it to it?" And be like, "Where's it going?" Then you calculate how far it is, and they'll say how much it is, and say, "That'll be, it's going from here to the west side." You got to calculate your gas. Mm-mm. Then you say, "Do you? What am I doing? I'm not. I don't install it." Like, "No, I don't need you to install it. I just need you to put it in my garage." "Am I going up any stairs?" "No." You go, "Okay, $70. I'll do it." They'll go, "Bet," because it would cost them way more than that just to rent a U-Haul. Plus, you're there right now. You know what I mean? $70, it's not, they'll do it. You know, hot water heater, 100%, they'll do it. You just bring it out, strap it. I mean, it's going to be in a box. You just strap it to the trailer, boom, 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 like it's nothing. Follow them home. Easy $70. Easy. You spent, I mean, from where they're at to the west side, you spent there and back $20 in travel. You make quick $50. They'll call you again. I used to have this old lady used to call me. She'd be like, I want you to go to so-and-so and grab the so-and-so and then bring it to my house. I sold her a refrigerator. She's like, go to so-and-so and bring it to my house. How much would that be? I tell her my price. I'll knock on somebody's door. You got the chair or whatever. She's like, yeah, I got it. Boom. Thank you very much. Thank you. Strap it up. Boom. Deliver it. You can do that all over the city. There's always a business in the back. And the thing is I don't advertise. I don't even advertise. But if I advertised, it would be, off the chain. Because somebody always needs something done. Plus, I'll get rid of your pests. You got roaches and fleas and bed bugs, termites. I've been looking into that. I can help you get rid of the majority of them. In a lot of places here, they got really stubborn roaches. Really, and they're German cockroaches too. So they go out and live in the ground. And then bed bugs, these, places around here got bed bugs problems. You get them from people in hotels. So yeah, you hit them with the bed bug, joint. You got to get some special spray. There's commercial spray, and then there's over-the-counter spray, and then there's commercial spray. So, I mean, if you really want to start bed bug hunting, you can really get some stuff to knock them out and get them out of there. Or you have to get a machine to heat up the house. Bed bugs die when it hits a certain heat. They just pop. But if you don't want to do it like that, if they don't want to pay for that, because that's expensive. And that's a whole operation. It takes a while. It takes a couple hours, but you have to heat the whole house up. And every bed bug in there dies. Even if they're in the walls, even if they're in the mattresses, every one of them dies. But it takes a while to do. Or you hit them, you can take some over-the-counter spray and hit them up. You'll kill them, but you have to keep it. You have to keep doing it, or you have to keep treating them. So either the customer starts self-treating after that, or they keep calling you back. But bed bugs are tricky. So you want to really get in there and treat, and then keep treating, and that's where it costs you. So it'll cost you $135 to show up once, and then boom, every time it's going to cost you $135. They'll call you because them things will be eating you up. You know what I'm saying? Look, roaches can get so bad they'll eat your cats. Yeah, I've went into some houses, doing some day labor jobs, and they say, "Hey, we just want you to go in there and clean up everything out of the house," and they're paying you to do it. Me and another guy showed up at the house. There's roaches everywhere. They were eating potatoes that were in the closet, in the cupboard. There are roaches everywhere. I was just at a house about a week and a half ago. I saw they had some appliances outside, and I told them, I said, listen, you guys get rid of any appliances? They was like, no. I said, oh, I see you got roaches. And they said, yeah, we don't own this place. It's owned by a landlord. We're just in here doing a job for him. I said, you tell that landlord I'll get rid of these roaches for him. Because they bombed them and all the roaches didn't die. Roaches don't die from getting bombed. You just killed off the ones you could see. You gotta give them something that they'll take back to the nest, and then they'll die. And that stuff costs about $30. It's called Vendetta. It'll take them a couple weeks, but they'll all die off. No matter where they're at, they'll die off. But yeah, it costs you about $1.50 for me to come in there and put down some diatomaceous earth, and all that other stuff, and go through your whole basement, bedrooms, and all that, and put diatomaceous earth down, and then go ahead and do the damn thing. I have to visit like 3 times. Come in there and spray first. Then once the majority of them are dead, the ones that didn't get hit by the spray, they're gonna run to the nest inside the walls, which is fine. Then you're gonna put down diatomaceous earth wherever they track the most, which is in the closets and cupboards and stuff like that by the refrigerator. You throw some of that down, and then you put down the roach food. Then when they all decide to come back out and start eating again, they'll eat the roach food. And then the strays that don't eat the roach food, they'll get diatomaceous earth on them, and then they'll die from that. In about 2 weeks, they'll be dead. So yeah, Tom gets in all kind of stuff. Yeah. But like I said, there's always business in business. Always. Listen, if you go on Craigslist, you will see ads for handymen. I used to answer those ads. And sometimes they want assistant handyman. There's always a need for a handyman. There's always a need for an electrician, always a need for a plumber. There's always a need for somebody to fix appliances. Always a need. And some of those I can answer, some of them I can't. If they get into electricity, I can't do that. I don't even fix sockets. I don't go nowhere near the I don't mess with the electricity unless you want me to test it. Yeah, if you want me to test it, not yet what? But if you want me to test your electricity, your electrical sockets, I'll do it. $75. I'll come out and test them. I'll tell you what all of them read and tell you what they should be. I'll do it. Come out and test them. Well, here's where they're all at, and here's where they should be. Here's where they read, and the rest is up to you and the electrician. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get my license so I can be a food inspector. So I want to do that too. I want to be able to do that in any country also. Yeah, so wouldn't mind being a food inspector. Would love to be a food inspector. Yeah, would love to be a food inspector. I think that'd be dope. When will I do it? I have to go back to college. I need 5 classes. I need 5 classes. Yeah, that's what they told me. The Department of Health said my degree is, I need 5 classes. Because they're like people who have science degrees. I don't have a science degree. Well, I don't have I have a science degree, but it's not in the science they want. Yeah, it's not the science they want. Yeah, they want you to have the background they're looking for is public health. So they're looking for someone who has a background in uh, biology. So if you, let's just say that I had a food, what's the name of that degree? It's food science. See, like that, you can be a food inspector with a food science, but you would have to have chemistry, biology, not trigonometry, but definitely, well, maybe some calculus, maybe a little definitely algebra. You have to have college algebra, which I have, but you might have some calculus. I don't know, but you would also have to have let's see, chemistry. Yeah, chemistry, biology. Uh, Algebra. Um, yeah, so you would have to have a basis in those, and that's what public health and a lot of those other degrees. They all have heavy, some kind of biology in it. And when I got my degree, I also was taking, extra classes to fill in for my electives. I took plant biology, love plant biology, and I might take another plant biology class. I also took biology 101, college biology 120, and I took 121. So even though I still have those three biology classes, I'm still short 5 classes. So I probably need to take chemistry 101, another plant biology, and entomology. That probably wouldn't hurt at all. That way you learn bugs. And, you know, something like that. And just and another science, something like that. And once I take them, they said I was 19 short, 19 credits. So that's about 5 G's. And I can, take that up. So, yeah. Well, good old biology. I love biology. Oh, anatomy too. Anatomy and yeah. So I'll probably take anatomy. I'm definitely gonna take chemistry. I'm not gonna take physics because I don't need it. I thought about taking physics, but I'm not taking physics. I'm gonna take another plant biology, and I'm gonna take an entomology class. Yeah, and something else to fill in. So I'll take 5. I'll cruise my way through it. I'm not in a hurry, but I know once I get those, I can say, "Hey, I know I have a healthcare degree, but I have this also in the background. I have these classes that I've also taken." They're going to look and they're going to count them because you have to have 45 credit hours of sciencey, type of classes. And they're gonna count them. They're gonna be 1, 2, 3. They're gonna count them. They're gonna see what school you got them from, and they're gonna count. They're gonna okay, yeah, you got 40, 45, you got 50 credit hours, and then they'll probably give you some type of test or whatever, and probably on bacteria and heat and all that other stuff and cross contamination, and you go through the whole rigmarole. Temperatures, because that's basically what you're doing. You're trying to see if someone is about to give someone botulism. When you look at a can, a can of soup is round on all sides, but if there's a lump on that can and it's bulging out, you know, that's bacteria building up. And if you open it and eat it, you're going to get botulism. If you look at if someone is cooking chicken and then they're cooking beef in the same area and the blood it can get close to each other, it can get cross contaminated. You can't take a chopping block and then put beef on it and then don't wash it and then throw chicken on it. It just got cross contaminated. You have to take it, clean it with special soap, boom, clean the whole area, then come back, boom, and throw your chicken down and debone it or whatever. If you don't do it, somebody's gonna get sick. They're gonna get sick. They're gonna be throwing up because that bacteria will get into them, or there'll be some type of dysentery that they can get. Some amoeba or some protozoan will crawl up in them, and they'll have diarrhea and they'll become dehydrated. And if you don't catch it soon enough, it will kill you. So stuff like that. But temperatures, if you don't cook chicken high enough, you'll kill somebody. You can make them real sick, and if it doesn't get to them, they can die. You can die from eating raw meat, especially chicken. If you're cooking pork, be careful because pork definitely has parasites in it. Definitely does. It definitely does. And sometimes you can get the parasites out by, salt water and, other things that parasites don't like. But it definitely does. This is why you do not want to eat pork raw. It has a parasite in it. A lot of them. They are in there for sure. Trust and believe. And they're not small. These are large parasites. And once they get into your stomach, they're going to curl up in there and they're going to eat everything in there. And some of them, well, for one, they're asexual, so they don't need to find a mate to reproduce. And for two, some of them will grow so long that they'll be coming out of your mouth, and some of them will come out of your ass. And they'll be alive coming out of your ass, and you'll have to reach back there and pull them out. And they'll be really long too. They'll be really long, and there'll be a whole string of them inside of you, eating what you eat and eventually eating you. No, stop. This is why you want to check all this stuff. There was a case where these, they were some type of medical workers, and they all had a meeting. They were like, do CAT scans and stuff on people, but they were having a meeting, a luncheon, and they all came from different areas, and they had this luncheon, and the dessert had strawberries in it. Excuse me, raspberries. Well, wherever the raspberries came from, they weren't washed correctly, and there was a parasite in all of the raspberries. Every single one of those people got sick, and the parasite grew inside of their stomach. And the way that some of them found out that they had a parasite is because it was coming out of their ass. It grew inside of their stomach, and it was coming out of their digestive system. Yeah, it was interesting. It didn't kill them. It wasn't killing anybody. But, they were infested with parasites inside their body. In another case, one guy his parasite was coming up his throat. One guy had a parasite that was coming out of his nose. And they had to be careful when you get these parasites out of you, because if you detach, that parasite can still be alive. Even though you took his head off, it'll just grow another head. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Yeah. And they're mad aggressive too, and they're mad smart. Yeah, so they'll start off at little things you can't see, but they grow up to be this. At full maturity, they'll look like this. They'll be about this long too, but they'll be all curled up inside of your intestine like this. They'll be about this width, except of course they're soft. But this will be in your gut, eating everything that you eat. And you'll be starving. Be like, why am I always hungry? Well, there's something in there eating. Listen, most of us already have parasites in our stomachs, but they're not harmful to us. Yeah. Most of the food you eat has something in it that's, parasitic. So there's that. But yeah. Well, they can come from anywhere. So but it's very fascinating. You can walk into a restaurant and you can just look at the restaurant and like there's some restaurants I've been in, I would have shut them down. I've seen whole steaks sitting right on the floor, like right near where they're taking orders. And I'm like, why is there a whole steak? I would have shut that place down. I would have walked out and, took their number. I'd have had that place shut down. That's what restaurant investigators do. They'll shut you down in a heartbeat if you don't adhere to the codes that's made up by the FDA, and that's handed down through everybody from the feds. So every state has to adhere to it. But there are people who, especially foreigners, will come over here and they'll be cooking stuff that we don't eat. And the reason why we don't eat some of these things is because they carry very dangerous parasites. Rats carry very dangerous parasites. Roaches carry diseases. That's why you don't want roaches in your restaurant. Even though, the propensity to have a roach cluster in your restaurant is great because they live in the ground and they're hard to track. But this is why you have your restaurant sprayed, annually, biannually. You always have it sprayed. You always do because it keeps those numbers down. If you don't do it, you're going to have an infestation. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah. I mean, I can smell them when I walk in. You got roaches. I've been around them so long. When you live around them so long, you walk into a house and go, I can smell them. Like I know when they're there. I think you got roaches. I go. Then I start looking, if I'm not comfortable in that house, if I visit a woman's house and, we're just talking about stuff like that, I'll go, do you got roaches? If she says no, I'll be like, okay. But if I can smell them. I'm like, you got roaches. Most of the time I'll be like, yeah, they're hard to get rid of. No, they just give off a particular odor that is it's a little offensive, but it's definitely that they're roaches. Only roaches smell like that. You're like, you got roaches. Then you just gotta look for their hot spots and boom, you'll find them. They'll be right there. And some people, they live with them and they're comfortable with them. I'm like, I'm not comfortable with this situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not comfortable with this. A young lady I used to go out with years ago. I went to visit her at her old spot. And I was over there and she was just cooking and they would just come out while she was cooking and just crawl along like it was nothing. And I'm like, you got roaches? She was like, yeah, I know. But she ain't had no no one to, take care of that. And all the goofy guys she was messing with, they're all used to him. But I'm like, no, this is not acceptable to me. You know what I mean? So I called an exterminator. I said, how much it cost you to come over here? They're like $135 for the first visit, but we have to keep coming back. And that's the part that got us. Because I was going to pay for her first visit, but I knew she wasn't going to keep paying for it. But that wasn't my woman at the time. It's just somebody I was cool with. So, I'm like, shoot, I ain't sleeping with you, so I'm not even going to do it. And eventually she had to move out of that place. Yeah. I mean, if I'm not your guy, I'm not about to fork over $265 to not doing it. Just so somebody else can come in there and be comfortable. Nah, that don't work for me. So I had to leave it alone. It was a mobile home. It was a nice mobile home, though. Basement and everything. I was like, she had a little porch and a little yard. She had to move. But I mean, if I was her dude, I would have had them out of there in 2 weeks. They would have all been gone. I came over there and fumigated that whole spot. But, I'm not her dude, so I had to leave it alone. I had to tuck my pride away like, But I wanted to head right to Lowe's and gear up. I wanted to go grab my gear, come on in there, but nah. I'm not helping so some other man can be comfortable. I'm not doing that. She's fine. Not doing that. Now when you got a dude, not doing that. Not unless you pay me. If she'd have paid me, I'd have done it. Absolutely. I don't care if you got a man, pay me. I'm not going to do it just because, hell no, I'm not. Especially if I see that you got a man. Absolutely not. I will not. I will. Yeah, no, you got a man? That's his job. That is your man's job. It's not my job to make him comfortable so he doesn't have roaches crawling all over him. His job is to go out there and fix this issue. Nothing to do with being friends. You got a man. This is your man's job. That's his job. Your house is infested. Either you pay me or he does it, or you do it. But if you're not going to do it and he's not going to pay me, then I'm not doing it for absolutely. It's expensive is what I'm trying to tell you. You got to go and get all that equipment and keep treating the house. No. The third option is to tell you what you can do, which is what I did. I told her, I said, listen, here's how much it cost. I just talked to him. This is how much it costs. This is some things that you can do in the interim. And, you'll be fine. She didn't do it. She didn't do it. It has nothing to do with being a friend. It's being a man. That's how we roll. There's some things you're not going to get up for free. No, we're not doing it. As soon as you see a dude, it's like, tell him, yo, homeboy, this is how you do this. Go ahead and knock this out. Be like, all right, man. But they won't do it. Or it'd be like, yo, you go ahead. Why don't you go ahead? I'll be like, okay, it'll be about 135. That's how much it's gonna cost you, about 135. 135. Oh man, why can't you just because you're sleeping with her. I'm not. So I get nothing out of it, but it costs me. That's the point. It will cost me. It will cost me money. Was he living there? Thankfully, she had no kids living. Yeah, her daughter been out the house. She moved back in with her mama. Yeah. It will cost me money. I'm not gonna let no man cost me money. Out of your mind. Listen, if I can't get no affection or some food out of you, it's a business transaction. She like, oh, don't touch me. I'm at 100% got you. So that's $135, and let me know when you're ready to get that done. You know what I'm saying? I can't get no rubbings out of it. 100%. I'm with you, and I ain't even bothered. She's like, don't. She's like, no, I don't want to. I was like, cool. So yeah, these are the people to call. This is how much it costs. Deuces. Never went back over there. Deuces. I'm out. I'm cool. Yeah. I don't even fret. I don't try to put why. I'm out. You got time for that. Okay? See what a good hug will do? Hug you get your roaches out your house. Y'all be understanding that. Affection goes a long way. I can't get no affection. Peace. Peace. Be a friend. Friend. Women in friendship. Be my friend. No friends over here, and I like that. I like that. Not if I want something from you. Mm. Hey. You city people are different. Well, if I come to the country, I wouldn't do it either. You pay me. You pay me or you get your ass in the kitchen. Get your ass in the kitchen. I don't know how y'all do in the country. I don't know how y'all do it down there. That's what we do it up here. It's called equal reciprocity. We don't play that down here. As soon as you open up your mouth and say you got a man, we are now in business. Guys will do the world for you, but as soon as you open up your mouth, remember that chick on Reddit, TikTok, the OK Boomer chick. Okay, Boomer, whatever you say, Boomer, real sexy white chick. She got on there. She had all these subscribers. She got on there and she mentioned her boyfriend. She lost 70,000 subscribers just like that. Soon as she mentioned boyfriend, they was all gone. And she's like, where everybody go? You have a boyfriend. There's no need for us to be here. We're not going to be supporting your life and his. We're out. Peace. Nice to meet you. Oh, boyfriend. Time to go. You think that's wrong, and I don't get. See, women don't understand men. We're very simple. We're very, very simple. We have a prime directive, and if we can't meet that prime directive with you, we go somewhere else. And we take all of our resources with us. If you say no, you're not feeling well, you're not interested, we go somewhere else. Real quick. No, I don't feel like it. Oh, you know what? I completely understand. I completely understand, and I tell you what. That's it. That's it. Women be wanting you to hang around and do the most. Stay. Stay. No, hell no, I'm not staying. I got somewhere to go. Gonna go try my luck next door. Want to try my luck next door? She talking right. I'll see you in another lifetime. There's this chick on World Star Hip Hop. She is a 36-year-old, 6'6" virgin. She's a whole virgin. She's like, I'm waiting till I get married, which is honorable. And her girlfriends are like, well, listen, how far do you go? She's like, they're like, do you get to third base? And she's like, listen, I don't do third base, but I allow third base to happen to me. And they're like, well, why you single? Like you don't do third. Nah, And then she went out with a guy. It was cool. And he's like, yo, can I come up? She's like, listen, you can come up all you want, but I'm a virgin, so it's not going to happen. He was like, man, I wish you would have mentioned that while we were on a date. So listen. Ooh. I got to go watch the flowers grow, so later. And turn around and left. She's like, I'm really sad that it happened. It's like, what do you mean you sad? You told him he wasn't going to reach his prime directive. He was not going to be able to inseminate and possibly procreate. So he went somewhere else to do it. There's nothing to be sad about. You and Lolo Jones can hang out together. This is the way of the world. What's third base? Giving head. Going all the way is a home run. insertion. She's like, nobody's sticking their penis in me. And I ain't giving nobody head, but I'll allow them to give me head. Her girls was like, wait, what? Like, wait, what? Like, what? Like, girl, that's not the way this goes. This is why you ain't got no man. You're 36. And listen, I'm all for being a virgin and wait till you get married. I think that's smart. But this is the world we live in. It's the world we live in. People trying to get there. You ain't. You don't just gonna hold on to it until, you know what? I think that's a great idea, honey. So I'm gonna go to North Dakota right now. Just like I'm out of here. I'm gonna go ahead and go to Kalamazoo. I'll talk to you in another lifetime. Can't be mad at the guy. Can't be mad at the guy. Prime directive, not successful. Because brothers ain't trying to get. She's 36. She's 36. She's not bad looking. They're not gonna get no kids out of her. That's why. They'll be lucky to get one. You're gonna be facing all kind of girl problems. You're gonna be going through it with that one. No, I can't because it's no. I'm out. No. Now she was 21. She'd be married. It's just a lot easier when you're younger. 21? Absolutely. Oh, yeah, she should. Don't stay here, honey. You're going to be, listen, it's done. You're 36. It's a dub. It's a dub. It's a dub. It's like, can I get any kids out of her? Oh, that's ah. You might have somebody who don't want kids then. You know what I'm saying? But you still remember prime directive. No matter what age we are, then prime directive. We have a prime directive. Our minds, our bodies are made to give a seed to a womb. Prime directive. Prime directive. Regardless, we could be 70. Still, can I get a little me out of you? Is it possible? Ah! Is it possible? Can I squeeze one out of you? Listen, I know it sounds archaic, but it's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the way we look at women. That's the truth. That's the way we look at y'all. We look at your age, see if you had kids already. Can we get one out of you? Can we get a... We start calculating. Why do you think some queens lost their heads? Because they didn't give their man an heir. That's why they lost their heads. That's why he was called Henry VIII. He was cutting off his women's head because they wouldn't give him give me a seed. He was also huge. If she hasn't smoked or drank, you know, now 4 kids. You're not getting 4 kids out of her. You might get 2, maybe, if you're lucky. She's already, I mean, listen, after what, 35, 34, 35, you're in geriatric. Plus now you're in geriatric, so the baby could come out looking old. That's what geriatric is. The baby's gonna come out looking old and wrinkly. It is what it is, ladies. There's only a certain amount of time you have to have healthy babies. And I mean, you got women who've had babies at 40 and they're fine. But it's not like they're having them at 40, 45, 46, 40. No, it's not happening. Get them out right now. Yeah, how many has she had at that age? And what did the doctor tell her? It's dangerous. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. What's this? What are you? It's dangerous, honey. It's an F major. let's smooth everything out. It's dangerous. It's possible. Married, 35. Married at 35 or so. How many kids? Yes, it's not easy. How many kids and start? They start at 35. And how many people do that? All right. I ain't getting that last one. I ain't making that. Oh, it's not. Why you not showing up? dangerous. I wouldn't want to try it. Yeah, I wouldn't want to try it. I wouldn't want my wife to try it. I need her. I need you to be right there. I'm not ready for what? I ain't worried about none of that. I ain't no different than anybody else. Irritating as hell. I don't really care about. They all want money and attention. You're all the same. You all want money and attention. I don't really have a lot of either. All want money and attention. I ain't got any of it. Give me some money and attention. I ain't got no money. I ain't got no attention. I have no idea what I'm making. your boo comes into your life. No. No. Yeah, what you gonna do then? Tell them you really don't want to make. It's a long story, but I really don't right now. It's just, he's going to be like, okay, bye. He's going to be like, you know what, bye. I don't have. No, but listen, you can listen to. No, I don't have. No, bye. Goodbye. I don't have time. No, we don't. Time. Not time. You don't have time for your stories. Either you're coming or you're not. If you're getting on the bus, Natalie, or you're not. Well, I don't know. Goodbye. Close the door. Close the door. Close the door. Close the door. Kick her out the door. Kick her out. Kick her out. Bye. Bye. Close the door. Bye. Bye. We're leaving. We have time. We don't have time. Call me. No, we don't have time. The person for you will be crazy. You don't want that. You want a bipolar man? You sound ridiculous. You don't, okay, when he's cracking you in your jaw, you want to ask, man, I know what's wrong with you. You like ass whoopers. Now I hope you get what you want. You want someone that's going to crack you in the face. I understand now. What are you doing? You're requisitioning. You're like, can I have a man, around 6'2", buff. He's got, makes about 6 figures, and with a touch of crazy, but not too much crazy, not like stab me in the dark crazy, but, kind of yell at me a lot. Can I have that guy? I hope you get what you want. What's up? What up, Queen? Just on here chilling, making some music, chatting it up, talking about staying in America. Are we going to stay or are we going to leave? What are we doing? Where you from, Queen? Where you from? New York? I like none of these. Trying to find some dope to go with it, but don't sound hip hop enough. Trying to put some piano to it, but I ain't gonna match. Put some drama piano to it. Won't show up. Can't do it. That's it right there. That's the whole beat. It's almost like a hip hop. That's like an old soul and pepper swing, ain't it? Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, you know that song? Yeah, 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 yeah. Remember that song? Dope beat, dope beat, dope beat, dope beat. I like this. I like it. I could write something, to this. It's kind of hard though. Bass is kind of loud. Got a good subject I can write to this. It's possible. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, go. So I have to use the bass as the boom, 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 boom. So the bass will have to be part of the chorus. So I would have to be singing without the bass, which would be no, it would be the opposite. It'd be Get a little rough on the voice. Kind of hard. Kind of a little rough. I probably have to add some strings to this. Not piano, because the piano would be too hidden. I'd probably have to just some old fashioned. Gotta have something else to emphasize. Probably have to have a break in this. Calling out. I just want to see if I can match what's in my head. So this sounds a little. This sounds a little strange. Then it is what it is. Calling out to. Try to find some lyrics here. I gotta dig up some lyrics real quick here. I want to see if this is salvageable. If it is, I'll keep it and maybe write to it a little later. For those of you who are on here that don't know, I dabble in songwriting. I've been doing it since I was about 14. So every now and then I'll hear something. I'm like, I wonder if I can make a song out of this. So any of you here who haven't heard any of my songs, I will play one for you. If you want to hear it. If you don't, that is cool. Then stay silent. But yeah. A bunch of them written that I haven't put out. Then I have some already copywritten. But also, I make these beats because somebody else might want to hear it and go, hey, I think I could write to that. You know what I mean? And then they might buy it. So I got to see if it's salvageable or not. And if it is, I might put it on SoundCloud and somebody listen to it and go, hey, I want that. And, pay me for it. And, try to get some royalties, which is the name of the game. It's, so, yeah. So now I got to find some lyrics real quick here. But, yeah, so. I got to figure out what's driving the song. Is the bass driving the song? Is the bass driving the song? Boom, 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 boom. Oh, yeah. I don't know if the bass is driving the song or not. You guys remember the song Shout, 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 Let It All Out? Remember it had that? It's kind of what this was reminding me of. Plus it had a hard beat like this. They gave you life. No shout, no tears for fears. Boom, 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 boom. I was thinking about writing something with the kind of with the whole like somebody calling for help. Uh, kind of like a, kind of like a. You ever see a lost person that needs help but they won't ask for it? That's kind of what I had in my head. But they're actually like, the city they live in is falling down around them. So it's kind of the picture I had in my head. They're like, we need some help because, this is crazy out here. So I'm hungry too. That's probably why I'm not firing on all cylinders. Calling out. So I want to do like a up and down. Let me get a bite to heat here. Macaroni and cheese. Y'all think I'm divine. Am I going to start it off as a chorus? You could do that and go on the chorus first. Okay. That could be my chorus. Mm, mm, mm. Oh, me. All right, let's do this. Falsetto, falsetto, falsetto. Sound kind of whack, but I get something down. More music. Struggling. know. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you, brother. All right. You too. Yes, you too. Sleep well. Still trying to figure this out. I don't know. I don't have any words. The dope beat though. I like it. Ah! Ah! Yeah, it's not bad. Sweet little things. Always between. Hmm. 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 Well, I don't know. I'll figure it out. Peace.